Yes, and here's the part where I talk. It's live and in color from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas. It's Runway DFW, the new YouTube channel dedicated to bringing you live action from one of the world's busiest airports. My name is Walt Zwerko. It's Saturday, January 29th, 2022 at 1 o'clock exactly. And we are here to bring you an afternoon full of stuff from the big airport. And I apologize for us having been late to the party today. I'll get to those explanations in a minute. Let's look at some aircraft first. We got some wind today. Sorry about that. But let us turn our attention to American Flight 2161. This one's going to Guadalajara in Mexico. And just above it will be coming in a flight 2599 from Burbank. Which one should we look at? Let's look at both. My goodness, I may have to switch to my other mic today. And you're not seeing anything because I didn't take that logo off the screen. Okay. Shall we start over?
American 2671. Departure, good day, American 2161.
I turned my mic off there for a little bit because of that. I think I may have to plug in another microphone with a better windsock on it, but hang on there for a second. We'll get some action in, and then we'll deal with the audio issues. So hang in there with us, please, on Runway DFW. All right, I invite you to enjoy this view of the Queen of the Skies over at the UPS terminal just south of us, whilst I go get a different microphone. So hang on there, and we'll be right back on Runway DFW. Well, I'm hoping this microphone will be a little more wind resistant. I think it is. It doesn't have as much gain as the other one does, but we'll make do with what we can, and hopefully we'll bring you a quieter broadcast. All right, let's see what's going on over here on the runways. We've got American Eagle Flight 3948, which is an Embraer 145. It's headed to Wichita Falls. I'm going to let you see that right now on Runway DFW. Welcome wherever in the world you may be coming to us from. I know it's early evening there in the British Isles. And I know that our thumbnail said high noon today, which didn't turn out to be the truth. I'll get to that story in a minute. But first we have an innovation here on Runway DFW. You know, you've probably seen some of these other, well, let's watch this American Eagle flight come in first. It's coming in from Amarillo, flight 3061. One of those planes that came in while I was silenced seemed to be having a little problem with the wind as it was landing. And it is a little breezier. The wind's coming kind of right now from, I would say, the west-southwest. And I don't know if I don't know. We'll see what happens if they switch sides on the runway today like they did, like they have been for the last few days. But anyway, there's kind of been an ongoing thing on YouTube channels that deal with aviation, and you know, where's the clock on the screen? And I don't use a software currently that gives me that option. I'd like it, and I think it may happen, but I don't have it right now. So I went to the folks at the Runway DFW Labs, and I said, can we get a clock on the screen? Here's an A319 coming in from Wichita. And it's 1:11. That's the time right now, but or 1:12 it just turned into. The guys at the lab said, well, I don't know, it's kind of technical, you know, we've got to do all this finagling with the stream and with the video and all that. So, well, here's what they came up with. There's the official Runway DFW analog clock. We didn't even have time to put a Runway DFW logo in the middle of it. We just came up with that in the lab earlier today. So from time to time, we'll let you know what time it is, and you know, it won't be on the screen all the time, but you'll get a good representation of how time passes here at DFW Founders Plaza. I know, it's innovative and brash and bold. Another A319, this one coming in from Eagle, Colorado, flight 2841 of American Airlines. A cloudless day. Well, is it cloudless? Let me look up at the sky in a second here. Yeah, it's cloudless. It's a cloudless day. I was trying to wear my floppy hat, but I couldn't get the headphones under it. So that flight came in at 1:14, just in case you're asking. We are at DFW Founders Plaza, as loyal Runway DFW viewers know, and we've got, this will be one of those days we'll get a nice crowd here, I would imagine, because it's just such a beautiful day. And as we talk at this time, I'm going to try to pull up some of your comments. I haven't had a chance to look at the comments yet. I don't know if you guys are screaming at me or not right now. So I'm entering the studio, looking at the comments, and I don't see them yet. Oh, I went to the wrong stream, that's why. Meanwhile, we'll watch this Delta flight come in at 1:15. And that would have been Delta flight, I'm hearing an echo, Delta flight 941 from Salt Lake City. We've got an American Airlines flight 321 headed to Las Vegas. And I apologize for that rapid pan. And I'll get rid of this echo here in a second, and everything will be good. Ah, live television. Well, as that one goes out to Las Vegas, this one comes in from Las Vegas. Yeah, you can see they're having a bit of, I mean, nothing serious, but there's a bit of a jostle when they're landing there. We'll keep an eye on that. At the top of the runway, runway 18 left, it's American Flight 1264 headed to San Francisco in A321. I think I got the echo adjusted now. The sourdough special headed to San Francisco. You can see the visibility is kind of poor as we get further away from the action. Where the airplanes take off down there, that's about 2 miles from where we are. And when we zoom in all the way, it begins to look like an impressionist painting. Right. The official runway DFW time check right now is about, I'm not good at reading analog clocks anymore as I used to be. That'd be 1:18, yeah. Okay, let me see if we've got anybody checking in. We have Airline Videos checking in. Hi, you guys. Looks like a nice day out there. He's talking to Chuck Tolsma, who I just met, who was right here talking to me before we went on the air. Coming in from Albuquerque, it's American Flight 1689. I had locked down my tilt and I couldn't find it. All right. Some of you airport internet hosts make this all look so easy. Not me. All right. So now, I say I don't see anything about to land. I don't see anything over there, so let's give you a nice view of this gleaming UPS 747, which I don't know if it's scheduled to take off while we're on the air. And there's Chuck. He checks in on our chat. We've got LA Girl and Brad Ward, all AVL types here today. Nice to see you all. I see LA Girl, as I said. We've got Gregory Bloom, Spotting TV. Lots of folks chatting away in the chat room here at Runway DFW. So thank you very much for hanging in there with us. Let's see what's in store for us now. We have, oh, okay, another Runway DFW exclusive. At 1:22. Let's see if the wind is having any impact on this guy. not too bad. But here's the exclusive. This is flight 5743. And it's going to Fargo, North Dakota. I don't know if it's really exclusive. Anybody else out here could take a picture of this plane. But we at Runway DFW are broadcasting it to the world. And we'll whip around to bring you another arrival. This one from Seattle. And I just got the message from Amazon that the wind socks for my other microphone, which I have abandoned today, have come in to my Amazon locker. So the next broadcast, I'll be back to my new microphone. On Runway DFW, where the time check is 1:24. You know, back in the day, that dog doesn't decide to do his business at my time clock. Back in the day in television, when they would do these, you know, everything was live and they would do 3 camera shoots. And, you know, at the beginning of the program, they'd have to dedicate at least 1 camera to go off to the side and shoot a card with the title of the show on it. Or perhaps somebody would be pulling cards away to reveal the cast and things like that, or sponsors, or on game shows they'd have cards. In fact, you go to the Game Show Network today and you watch some of these old game shows, and they're still shooting the names of the sponsors and the prizes on cards. That was American Flight 2357 from Denver, an A320. So anyway, we're going kind of old school here today on Runway DFW. I thought, should we go full black and white too, and 4x3? No, we'll stay in color. Here we have, what is that? I do not know what that is. Oh, it's our Denver Air Connection. Ah. A colorful bird. Flight Radar 24 isn't telling me where this was going. I think last week it was going to Clovis, New Mexico. As we catch in the act another American Eagle flight landing. And there's our Denver Air Connection headed off to parts unknown. It's flight 5411 anyway, if you want to look it up. It's 1:26 on Runway DFW. Our our exclusive analog clock technology developed in the Runway DFW labs. Literally overnight. Not even overnight. It was this morning, I think, as I recall. Let's take a look at the other side of DFW Airport. This is on the east side. This is a plane landing, which I haven't had a chance to look at where it's from. There's our people in the foreground here, and that's about as much of it as we can see. Here, coming through the sky, is Delta Flight 1041 from Los Angeles. It's an A320. I'm doing all this as my makeshift lens hood is kind of flapping from my monitor here. Okay, we've got an Aeromexico Connect, I think is what it's called. Let's check it out. Yeah, Aeromexico Connect going to Mexico City, flight 2689. With the skyline of Dallas and Irving behind it. Irving, as many of you know, was the former home of the Dallas Cowboys, who at one time they did actually play in Dallas at the Cotton Bowl in Dallas itself, but now they're in Arlington. And they're playing golf, I guess. The Dallas Cowboys are. Sorry, boys. This one gets ready to take off. We've got an American Eagle flight coming in from Kansas City, flight 3854. Where is it? There it is. Let's see if it's having any difficulties with this wind. No, that seemed pretty smooth to me. An American Airlines flight to Los Angeles, pulling in behind this Aeromexico flight. I don't think we currently have any Aeromexico parent company flights coming into DFW right now. I haven't seen any anyway.
Takeoff 18 left, American 2886.
And as this Los Angeles bound flight gets ready to take off, we saw an American Eagle flight coming in the foreground, going to going to or coming from Corpus Christi, I should say.
9 p.m. Saturday on 146.88.
So here's an A321 headed to the City of Angels, one of the top destinations from DFW. And off it goes. Next we have an American Eagle flight to Querétaro in Mexico. It's an Embraer 175. We have a Frontier. Oh, we have a bunny rabbit. We have a bunny. I see a bunny. Get to that in a minute. So we've got a Frontier and a Spirit. We do have other airlines that come and go here at Dallas Fort Worth. Saw Delta earlier. So yes, this airport, for those of you who are new to Runway DFW, you're going to see a lot of American and American Eagle flights here because this is an airport that's dominated by those airlines, much in the same way that Atlanta is dominated by Delta. But here we have a Frontier and a Spirit. So nice. The Frontier with the bunny rabbit. Oh, called up the wrong thing. Probably see the name of it there. Can you read that? Hops. Hops the rabbit. Hops.
20 left, Air Wings 131.
This one's going to Las Vegas. It's flight 2135, I believe. Because we got another American Eagle flight coming in the foreground, which, yeah, there it goes. That one's going to that one's coming in from Bentonville, Arkansas, which of course is well known as the home of Walmart. You know, we've got a Walmart on just about every block here in Dallas-Fort Worth, so I'd imagine Walmart execs are traveling back and forth regularly. And now for the bright yellow Spirit aircraft, which I almost got to put my sunglasses on for this one. This one's going to Los Angeles, flight 131. An A320. I just thought I'd try out my zoom there. Okay, we've got a little break in the action here. The Runway DFW analog time is 1:35, almost 1:36. Anyway, I never got to the story of why our broadcast started late today. Okay, so you know how pilots, they're on the taxiway and they've got a clipboard, or I guess it's probably an iPad now, where they're checking off all the things. You know, we have enough fuel in the tank? Yes. Are all the doors closed? Yes. Is the airline functioning? Yes. Well, I don't have a checklist, or at least I didn't until today. And so I was about a third of the way here, driving to the airport, thinking of all the things that we would be talking about today and all the things we'd be seeing. And I thought to myself, you know what? Is there is there even a chance that I didn't put the computer in the car from my office? I didn't move the bag into the trunk. I don't have that with me. Is there a chance I did that? And I thought, nah. But I pulled over, and of course I opened the trunk, and of course, yeah, the computer wasn't there. So we could have done a show with the phone, but the entire thing would have looked kind of like this. So I thought, oh, that's not really an option. So I decided to go back to the house and with my tail between my legs and got my computer, and so here we are. So thank you for bearing with us. I apologize for that. And spotting TV notes, yes, that's why checklists are important. And Brad Ward, who of course is the major domo over at Airline Videos Live, says, using checklists for things has been the best habit I've taken from working in aviation. And I haven't worked in aviation before, Brad, so that is a lesson learned. I've worked in TV for a long time, though. We have deadlines and things like that. And yes, I don't know where that's going. Here comes an American Eagle flight from parts unknown. We'll check on that in a second. And that had a nice landing. That was from Lubbock, Texas, American Eagle Flight 5827 on runway DFW. Where the time is now 1:38, going on 1:39. I think I've started a revolution here. I mean, that's got quartz accuracy and everything. Okay. Let me know if I beat that to death today. Oh, we've got an ambulance coming. And we see this almost every week when we're here. We see ambulances and fire trucks going from their fire station over on this side of the airport to the other side or somewhere else. And yeah, airports are cities, and they've got lots of things going on. People get hurt, people have an accident, people get sick coming in on an aircraft or whatever, and so lots of things to do at an airport. Well, have we had an aircraft go to Las Vegas yet today? I think we have already. We're about to get another one, if I can find it. There it is. That's an American Airlines flight 1380 going to Las Vegas. An A321. And since we don't have anything else to look at right now, except the clock, which is always there in case. So anyway, I feel embarrassed about my little story there, but I just want to share that with you in case you've done something similarly stupid. There you see the runway markers there in red. And this one should be clear to go as soon as it makes the turn south on runway 18 left. You know, when I came up with this clock thing, or the labs did, I didn't really take into consideration it's been so dry here, it's really hard to scrunch the base into the ground because it's like rock hard. At 1:42. Okay. Back to the action. Where'd he go? There he is. Boy, my lens hood's about to go bye-bye. Here comes a Mesa Airlines flight from Houston. Where'd it go? I'm losing it because my lens hood is making everything sunny. There it is. Well, we kind of missed that one. Missed the boat on that one. Here's the American flight to Las Vegas, which we will get because I'm a semi-professional photographer, ladies and gentlemen. Have you known? Okay, real quick, I did a survey on our community page. Where did I find that?
Break at 1380.
I'd probably turn that off, can't I? I'm talking to myself right now. There we go. Okay. I did a survey on our community page, and I don't see it here. So let me go down to my big computer, and I'm going to put it up here. I did a survey. It's, as I said, it's on our community page, and it's about whether you like somebody yakking away while we're broadcasting. And I don't know, this is probably not refreshed. It may be, yeah, I think this is the same as I saw it before. At the time we had 67 votes to the question, Runway DFW voters or viewers, which kind of live presentation would you prefer? With commentary, somebody talking about the aircraft, the weather, etc. Without commentary, just the sounds of the airport, or viewer's choice, if we could somehow put the commentary on one channel of a stereo signal and the natural sound on the other. And it seems overwhelming that people like some commentary, at least if it's not too overbearing, which I try not to be. So anyway, if you'd like to vote, feel free. It's still up there, I think. Are we officially in a lull now? Let's see. Nothing is coming to take off. I don't see anything coming in from the north. I haven't had any alerts on radar, our flight radar 24, to let us know that some cool plane is coming in. Whoops. There's the time. You saw the clock move. The wind is blowing the clock. That's another factor with this clock. I don't think the lab guys and gals figured out that wind could actually have a negative impact on this analog clock of ours. So we'll have to work on that. Yes, the wind is definitely picking up. This seems like a good time to swing our camera around and show you the flags. And there they are, the flags at DFW Founders Plaza. And they're all quite blowing stiffly in the wind. Wind coming from, it seems like the southwest right now. And I'm officially giving up on my lens hood because it's about to hit somebody in the head, although it's just made of foam, so I'll have to figure that out later. But yeah, the wind is definitely picking up. There are the flags of Fort Worth, Dallas, Texas, and the USA. We've got a nice big crowd here at DFW Founders Plaza. Plane watchers. Got some kids there at the statue of children. So a nice little crowd here today. We also have a number of people over here. Now I haven't tried this position yet. This is to the east of where we are. It's kind of like right under where the planes come in. And it might be a good place to try someday, although because of the location, it might take some gymnastics to get you a shot. It would almost be a better handheld position than on a tripod. Okay, back to the action. Enough of this sideshow here. We have an Embraer 175 from American Eagle. With a destination which has not been disclosed. Could it be going to Fargo? Or to Lubbock or Abilene? We just don't know. Security vehicle. Has there been a breach? I don't know. So it goes back to the cargo area there. We don't have, well, we've got a few UPS planes in here. Usually there's some over in that direction. There's 2 or 3 over there, but today we just have them over here, just to the south of us. Of course, we've got the Queen of the Skies, and we've got is that an MD-11 in there tucked away? Yes. Amongst what are usually 767s and A3, do they have A320s or A330s? I can't remember. 757s. They have quite a fleet over there at UPS. I haven't checked the, can I see the N number on there? N611 UP, is that it? Someone look that up and see how old that plane is. Back to the action. We've got an American Airlines flight headed to our neighbor to the north, Oklahoma City. It's an A320, flight 2434 on Runway DFW. Like and subscribe, right? Have I even said those words yet today? We've been doing this for nigh upon an hour. I haven't asked you to like or subscribe to our channel. I know when I looked at the comments a few minutes ago, we have many regulars here today, and we thank you for coming back and seeing what we're up to. We know you have options when it comes to live airport presentations. But I think we're the only ones here at DFW so far. We're in Oklahoma City, not a very distant destination. So maybe 4-hour drive, I guess. And there you have it. It's a tug being towed, I think is what that is, right? Isn't that one of those vehicles that moves planes around? Or maybe moves baggage carts around. But I guess it needs to go to the shop. Well, it's as good a time as any for our new viewers. If you've just checked in, we do have new technology for you today. This analog clock technology, 153 here on Runway DFW. Doesn't get more 1950s than that. Let's look over here at the East Tower, and you can see there's a building on the left side, the tallest building on the left side of the picture. You can see it looks like it's got a hole in the middle of it, and guess what? It's got a hole in the middle of it. And I'd actually been to the top of that building. This was many years ago. I was doing a story about a new computer game company, and they leased the space at the very top of that tower, and it was incredible. They just, it was very luxurious, very, go, and yeah, I don't know what happened to that. I can't even remember the name of that company, if they are still in business or not. Probably not, but anyway, I was in that building once, many years ago. But I do hope you'll like and subscribe to our little channel here today. You hear likes and subscribe, like and subscribe to our channel. You hear that all over the internet, and I just need to explain that a subscription does not mean you have to pay anything. In fact, it means you don't have to pay anything, at least on YouTube. It's not like Netflix or HBO Max or any of those. A subscription just means you like that channel and you want to see more stuff from that channel, and you want to know when that channel is doing some stuff. So we invite you to like and subscribe to Runway DFW. That helps us out. It helps us with YouTube, because then they know that there's a lot of people want to watch that channel, so they'll give it some promotional push through its algorithmic magic. So thank you again for liking and subscribing to Runway DFW. Okay, I have my first alert today from Flight Radar 24. And we've got a Dreamliner, which I think is in the shot right now. Well, it will be momentarily, as soon as I unlock my tripod. There it is. It's going to Chicago, but unfortunately, we'll be making the turn across the bridge to go to the east side of DFW Airport. So, we won't be able to see it take off.
Happy Park, 18 left, quick takeoff, back in 18.
So we'll have to settle for this, my friends, my aviation enthusiast friends. This 737-800 American Airlines flight 1818, which is off to Omaha in the great state of Nebraska. Nebraska is one of those states I'm not sure if I've been in. I know I drove from Indiana to Utah. I can't remember if I went through Nebraska or not. That was a long time ago too. There's no dig on Nebraska. Planes get farther away, they do get a little fuzzy owing to the ground conditions here. So off to Omaha goes that plane. We've got an aircraft coming in from Killeen. It's American Eagle Flight 3971, which, as you know, is operated by Envoy Air, which I think is an American subsidiary. At 1:59 on January 29th. See if I can do this. Can I do this? Oh, look at that. Saturday, January 29th, 2022. Coming up to 2 p.m. So we've got this Killeen flight. I think it's been in the air for probably, it looks like just about a half hour. Killeen, not very far away. But you got some Killeenians, is that what they call themselves? Killeenians, Killeenites, who probably need to make a connection. So let's get on the plane and go to Dallas. I hope that wasn't too much excitement for you, Runway DFW viewers. I wish they were loading cargo into this plane. At least we could peek in on that. That plane's all sealed up. The cabin doors closed. The cargo doors closed. That's probably not going out till late tonight. So who knows? We will be surprised later today if we see some cargo plane come in here from parts from far away. We get a lot of them, but I would say we have to, based upon my experience in the morning hours, we usually see a lot more at that time of day. That, of course, is a one of the fleet of DFW fire trucks coming back to its station after being called out to something here that was on the east side of the airport, or in the central part of the airport. So we hope everything was okay. It's American Eagle flight to McAllen, flight 3620, an Embraer 175, a familiar sight here at DFW. And it is approaching its takeoff position with the cockpit crew, I'm sure, going through their checklists. So hey, we learned an important lesson about checklists today. At least I did.
Good afternoon, KB5A. Repeater, the time is 14:03 hour.
So off to McAllen that goes, in the southern part of Texas. Coming up on 2:05 here at Runway DFW. Okay, it's probably time to see what's coming in here from Guadalajara. That was American Flight 2720 from Guadalajara. One of the ever popular A319s in American's fleet. Charles Cartwright is saying, for some reason, I think the white paint on American planes looks darker, and I don't think it's actually white. I think it is some shade of gray. Let's see if we can find a plane to look at. It's kind of hard to tell from this angle and the sunlight and everything, but yeah, I think those are. It's definitely not white. It's some sort of gray. I'm sure somebody in the audience can confirm or deny that. W Texas checks in to make sure that if you're ever on DFW property, don't speed. And yeah, they have this access road going north and south through the airport property, kind of dividing the airport in half, which is why airplanes have to go over a bridge to get from one side to the other as the wind picks up. But yeah, I don't go fast. Spotting TV with a shout out for everyone working for the rescue departments, making sure that we're safe at airport fields and everywhere else. Yeah, it's one of those jobs that we don't really think a lot about. You know, we think of the glamorous ones, the pilots and all that stuff. But there's a lot of people who have to make an airport work. And the rescue teams, the baggage handlers, the ground maintenance folks. You know, they make sure that there's no debris on the runway, make sure all the lights are working. I mean, there's all the people you see when you come to the airport, then there's all the people you don't see. We have an American Airlines A321 Flight 415. It's headed to the land of the sun in Phoenix. So things are picking up a little bit here in the 2 o'clock hour. Thanks for watching Runway DFW. We know you have a lot of choices when it comes to airport activity live streams, but you know, we appreciate your checking us out. Ooh, now here's one we like to see, Alaska Airlines. Coming in from Seattle, it's Flight 726. That Boeing 737-900.
Yeah, Blair, when it left takeoff back 415.
Left line, please, 3820.
And there is American Flight 3820. I think. No, that's the plane to Phoenix. Very quaint how they make those little utility boxes there. They put little roofs on them. Somebody should have put a whimsical chimney on there. All right, here's American Flight 3820, or American Eagle Flight 3820, I should be more accurately saying. It's a Embraer 175 headed to San Luis Potosí in Mexico. In front of the massive International Terminal D with the train tracks behind it there. Another American Eagle flight coming in from Guanajuato, Mexico.
Runway 3820 phone.
And in just a minute, we're going to be welcoming American Airlines afternoon flight from Heathrow in London, American Flight 21. That's going to be a 777 here on Runway DFW. Well, we have a time check for you. It's 2:12. So we'll try to follow along this 777 as it comes on in. It's just getting ready to cross Highway 121, which is just north of where we are. And I'm sure this flight will be filled with tea and crumpets and all those other things that Americans crave from the British Isles, right? There it is. Chuck Tolsma over here next to me. He's kind of analyzing that landing. Spotting TV wants us to know that we have a Southern Airways Express on the way. I'm not familiar with that one. Gerard wants us to be aware of an upcoming American Airlines Dreamliner flight coming in from Tokyo at 14:19 local time, which I'm guessing should be coming in very soon. Checking the radar. Oh yeah, I see it coming in from Narita. That's 3 minutes out, it says. But before that, we're going to see an American flight 569 from Phoenix. And there's your official airline or Runway DFW time check. That's Central Time. Okay, from Phoenix, Arizona, flight 569. Getting a little tricky. As we pointed out in previous broadcasts, those big towers back there it's a place called Cedar Hill, and you can see it's kind of not as dramatic as what you'd see in Los Angeles, but that's kind of our version of a hill here in Texas. And so that's where they put all the antennas because it's the highest spot around, and it's probably about 15 miles maybe 20, at least 15 from here. Okay, we'll get ready for the arrival of American flight. Where to go? I know I saw it. There it is.
20 left American 22.
It says 2 minutes on Flight Radar 24. It might be more than 2 minutes, but this will be a 780 flight, as I said, Flight 60 from Narita in Tokyo, American Airlines Dreamliner, which is soon to be gracing our screens on Runway DFW. Well, lots of people hanging out here today, watching the planes, running around. I see some people in bicycle get-ups over there. Yeah, there's their bicycles. Colorfully attired for the occasion. As we await this next arrival. Well, in the meantime, we'll watch a plane take off, shall we? Plane is sparkly. It must have just been through the car wash or something, or the plane wash. As you can see, and look at the sky, no clouds whatsoever. But the wind is making our clock technology vibrate a little bit. I don't know. I don't know if it's going to hold up for the afternoon. Get those guys in the lab coats to check it out. Now, wind is really picking up. I'm estimating it's almost coming directly from the west now. We're pretty close to it. There are the flags. And now I finally see the Dreamliner from Tokyo making it onto our radar screen near the airport. They'll be coming from that general direction. So the plane will be landing from the north, and the wind will be hitting it almost directly from the west.
Now, American 1811, thanks.
And here it comes. Michael Walker chiming in to let us know that there's Qatar Airways A350 due in 10 minutes. Now I can't remember if all the Emirates flights we get in and the Qatar flights we get in are all coming generally from the same direction, and because of the polar because of the circle route that they take, they generally come in from the north. So I see them come in sometimes on the east side of DFW and sometimes on the west side. So we'll hope that our friends from Qatar will come in on this side. We'll get a good look at them as they arrive. We have an American Eagle flight coming in from Greenville, Spartanburg, I think it is. It's American Eagle flight 3979. And I don't know, maybe there's not as much anticipation for that flight as there was for the one from Japan, the Dreamliner. It's a Embraer 175. If you're a new viewer to Runway DFW, we'd like to welcome you. And we, of course, are glad to have all our regulars on board. It's fun just hanging out and watching planes. How about a change of pace, our first United flight of the day. Unfortunately, it's coming in from on the east side of the airport, coming in from Dulles in Washington. But we should be able to track it at least as it glides in. It will come in that general vicinity there with that radar tower. Actually, I see it. There it is. It's got the new United livery. With the larger branding and the blue engines. So there, let's see what we've got so far. We've had United, Delta, Spirit, Alaska, American, of course, American Eagle, Aeromexico Connect. So we bring you great variety here at Runway DFW, at least some of the time. Time for your host to have a sip of water, so please stand by. That concludes that little intermission because we've got another Dreamliner coming in. This one will be from American Flight 49 from Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris. I was going to say Paris, but you know, that might sound a little too... I was being a little too hoi polloi there. That's not what I was just talking about. That there is it's another flight to Oklahoma City, American Flight 1146. An A321. We'll watch that make the turn here, but we'll get back to the Dreamliner coming in just a second. But yeah, you can see the color of the aircraft is the American aircraft is definitely not white. It is some sort of gray. I remember when they introduced the new look of American. This was, I don't know, back in the, was it in the early teens or was it in the late, I can't remember what year it was. But anyway, one of the reasons they had to go to this look, this painted look, was because, you know, they had the silver aluminum look, which I thought was really cool. And, but because new aircraft were being developed that didn't have aluminum skins, they were composite, so they would have to be painted. So that's why they did that. Here comes the American flight from Paris. Double barrel action there. So bienvenue to DFW Airport. And as that makes the left-hand turn to the international terminal, we've got an American Eagle Flight 4174. This will be an Embraer 175. It will be headed southbound to the state capital, Austin. We're going to aim our camera to the north at 2:31 Central Time as we check out American Flight 1305, an A321 coming in from Minneapolis, St. Paul, the Twin Cities. And that's a special livery. I believe that's the Stand Up to Cancer. Saw that one landing last week on the east side of the airport. We got to look at it from afar. And I do now see the Qatar Airlines flight, which looks like it's lining up on this side. Being A350 coming in from Doha. And it should be here in just about 2 minutes. So let's get lined up for that one. 2:32 at Runway DFW. I see a lot of folks on our chat screen today, and I'm happy to have you all with us. It's a nice place to hang out, isn't it? Talking about airplanes and watching airplanes and airports and fun stuff like that. So again, we're waiting now for the arrival of Qatar Airways flight 729, an A350, making a long trip from Doha. They've been in the air for what, just over 15 hours. I promise you they're coming. Yes, I know you're looking at a parking lot right now with people kind of milling about here at DFW Founders Plaza. That is where we are coming to you from. And it's a pretty spectacularly nice, except for the wind, it's a pretty spectacularly nice day here in North Texas. With the temperature in the 60s, I'm going to say. I always wonder when a plane like that makes a landing here and passengers get off, how many of them still have yet to get to their final destination after 15 hours? How many will be racing to another terminal to catch another plane to get to another location? And then Doha is also a big transit hub, so maybe a number of people on that flight came from somewhere else to begin with. But the big A350 now making its way to International Terminal D at DFW Airport. At 2:37. I bet all the spotting channels will be adopting this innovation of ours. Probably not. What are the chances? We've got two planes coming in from Monterey now. The first one is American Eagle Flight 3701, which you'll be seeing here momentarily. That'll be followed by a Viva Aerobus from the same destination. So if they were having a race, this one wins. That was American Eagle Flight 3701. The Viva Aerobus, with its colorful red, green, what are the other colors? Red and green and white. It's colors of Mexico. It'll be an A320 coming in. It's Viva Aerobus Flight 684 from Monterey. On Runway DFW. It's one of those unmistakable liveries. I'm kind of a fan of red engines for some reason. They have them. Avianca, which is essentially its livery is red and white. They painted their engines red. I don't know why that seems like a good look to me. What do you think? Approaching now from Wichita Falls, in the air for all of 23 minutes, is American Eagle Flight 4429. And I almost missed it there. Not one of your bigger aircraft. It's landing very early on the runway compared to other planes.
Minus away at American 56.
Wichita Falls, just up the road from here. We've got some takeoffs happening now. Let's watch, shall we? This will be American Airlines Flight 560. An A319 to Des Moines. Look at it there with the Dallas skyline in the background and the sun in a very nice position to let us check out that aircraft. We can even see, oops, there's the N number for you N number fans. Whoa, it's another time when my my monitor that's attached to the tripod is acting kind of like a windmill. So if I let go for a second and I don't lock it down, it starts to have a mind of its own. I know one person who actually listens to the audio of this while they're driving in the car. I'm not going to say who it is, but if you're listening, hello. I should probably do description now of the plane taking off. It's an American Eagle flight. It's hurtling down the runway. It's going to Chihuahua. It's an Embraer 145 LR. And this one coming in is a Embraer 175. Flight 3714 American Eagle from Chattanooga. Plane beats the baggage cart in that race. I know there has been some coverage of airplanes in a race as they're landing or taking off, particularly in San Francisco. I saw some of those on Airline Videos Live earlier this week with Kevin's presentation from that tremendous spotting position. We're going to divert now for another big jet in the One World livery coming in from Frankfurt, American Airlines Flight 71. That's a Boeing 777. Coming on in from Germany. Yes, our radar screen is getting quite cluttered right now. Not sure I'll be able to keep up with the identification of all these, but we'll bring you the pictures. That's American Flight 2584 going to San Diego, an A321, lifting off for the Golden State. Is American Eagle Flight 3031 to Aspen. Loaded with ski buffs, no doubt. Meanwhile, Why would you go to Aspen if you weren't going skiing, right?
Park 21, clear takeoff,
Emirates 1961. Albert 2667 chip. Land 17
Off to Aspen. Now arriving from, I'll let you know in a second, Puerto Vallarta, 737-800, American Flight 353. I don't know why I said that as WC Fields, or a very lame impression of WC Fields. Off to San Antonio goes this American Flight 1961. Flight 1961, oh yes, it was a good year. A CRJ 900 American Eagle flight off to Corpus Christi, flight 5943. Coming in from Cancun, an A321, American Flight 2874. So the sun and fun is over for you guys. Back to work. At 2:50 p.m. on the official Runway DFW clock. Got an A319 ready to check out here at DFW. This is American Flight 1742 off to Monterey. We just saw a couple of flights coming in from Monterey, one behind the other. An American followed by a Viva Aerobus. I think when you hear the name Viva Aerobus, it sounds like a party, doesn't it? Spirit coming in low here. It's going to make an early landing on the runway, I would say. Just as a gust of wind picks up. It's coming in from Cancun, that A320 is. It's Spirit Flight 344. Mesa, I think it is. Yes. It's on its way to Lubbock. That's American Eagle Flight 5944. And it's off. American Flight 1832 for Denver is lining up, as we see in the viewfinder. This arrival from Mexico City. Flight 390, 737-800. And we'll shift our field of view over to this one. Going to Denver. Now off to Waco is American Eagle Flight 4397, this Embraer 145. A city I spent a lot of time in during the Branch Davidian siege. No, I wasn't in the, I was on the other side of the siege. I was producing news from there. Slept in my station wagon for several nights in the early parts of that ongoing event. And we're coming up on 3 o'clock Central Time on Runway DFW. Any Canadians watching? We've got this plane, American Flight 2520. It's an A319. It's going to be headed towards Calgary. That was another A319 coming into view, Flight 2343, American Airlines from Colorado Springs. I'm going to guess some skis and ski poles and parkas on that flight too. Now this guy's got the right idea. Got a little footrest, got a chair. That's the way to do it. Standing here with a tripod. Well, back to the Calgary flight. Ken G commenting on our plane spotting pal over here. Says all he needs is a cooler. And who knows, maybe he's got one in the car, right? But he looks very comfortable. Or maybe he'll get out his iPad and watch Runway DFW, then he doesn't even have to look up, right? we'll give him some privacy there. Things have quieted down here, haven't they? Coming up on 3 o'clock. So we'll be starting our 3rd hour of coverage of what should have been 3 hours. We should be going into our 4th hour, but do I have that right? We've been on the air for 2 hours. No, we should be going into our 4th hour. But I was a little late today, and I explained that earlier today because I didn't have a checklist and I forgot my computer. So that's why I was late today. We were supposed to be on the air at noon, and I drove away from home without my computer. Fortunately, I realized my mistake before I got here, because it's an hour drive from Runway DFW Ranch down to Runway DFW. So another relatively quiet moment, and your host is going to take a sip of water, so please stand by.
4163, 10 miles for 173.
I didn't really mean to play our theme music there. I usually reserve that just for the start of the show, but I hit the wrong button. I was talking to Chuck Tolsma, who is one of our regulars here, and he showed up in person to kind of hang out. And he was saying when that Qatar plane landed, that A350, he said he thought it looked like it came pretty close to a tail strike. Now, I'm not an aviation expert. I was looking, I mean, it seemed like the nose was pretty far up in the air compared to other landings I've seen. But I don't know, if you looked at it, what did you think? Did you see it, did you think that it might have had a little close call there? Obviously it landed fine, but I don't know, that was unusual to me. And I wasn't able to look at your comments as it was coming in, so others may have made that reference before. But you never know what you're going to see here at Runway DFW. Enough with the music. We do have another big jet coming in from Dubai this time, and it looks like it's going to be landing on this side of the airport. It'll be Emirates flight 221 coming in a minute or two, and that looks to be next on the radar for us here at Runway DFW. So that'll be fun to see. And we do have some more aircraft lining up to take off. We've got an American flight to Las Vegas. That can't be right. Flight radar is saying it's LAX to DFW, but it's taking off. How could that be? I don't know. You know, flight radar 24 can't be right all the time. They're certainly more accurate than I would be. So anyway, that should be going to Las Vegas, that one there. But I think we're going to deviate here at 3:04 p.m. on Runway DFW, because we're going to be looking at Emirates Flight 221 and tracking it as best we can. And how are you all today? Thank you for joining us for our third hour of activities at Runway DFW. We're at DFW Founders Plaza, which is what you see spread out before you, as we see spread out in the skies the big Emirates jet coming in now. Completing a flight of almost 15 and a half hours from the Middle East. Slowing to a stop on runway 18 right. Making a turn to Terminal D for disembarkment. Disembarkment? No. Disembarkation. I'm going to say for getting off the plane. Deplaning. I always thought that was a silly word. Are there any, have you ever been on a flight where they don't say the word deplane? I mean, why don't they just say get off? Maybe that sounds too rough. Get off the plane. Next on the incoming agenda is American Flight 384 from Mexico, a place called Zihuatanejo. Flight 384, 737-800. Ken says I actually have no idea what's said on the airplane. I just get up and when everyone else does. But Westbrook makes a point. He says, I don't like when they say final approach. That's scary. And Wendy says, I just wish I was sitting out there in the sun enjoying the aviation action. Well, okay. Wendy, sit in front of your TV. Get a nice strong light pointing at you. Turn on a space heater. I don't know where you are, but you know, simulate. Do a simulation. And with barbed wire in the foreground, the flight from Zihuatanejo lands. We have an American Airlines flight coming in from Lima. And when I saw this at first, it's an A320, A321, and I thought to myself, I saw this a couple of weeks ago, and I thought Lima, like Lima, Ohio, right? But no, this is a narrow body coming in from Lima, Peru, on a almost 7-hour flight. You know, I don't know everything about all of American's international traffic, but I don't know if they do any international flights that are that long on a narrow body plane, do you? I may be wrong, but we'll be seeing it arrive here momentarily. Just a couple minutes. And Nas says it looks gusty there today. Yeah, it is. We'll take another look at the flags. And you can see they're blowing quite snappily in the air there. The wind is, the runways here, runway 18 left and 18 right are north-south. And these winds are coming in from the west. DFW Airport lists, or the temperature here right now, 68 degrees. Definitely shirt sleeve weather. It's clear. The winds are said to be at about 16 miles an hour. That sounds about right. And I'm sure they're gusting higher than that.
And hold short of Bravo, American 1413.
And that flight from Lima is coming in on the other side, on the east side of the airport. See if we can pick it up for its final moments. There it is. If you have familiarity with our presentation, you know we're on the west side, and there are 2 north-south runways here on the west side, and there are 3 north-south runways over there on the west side. So you say, Walt, why don't you go over there and take pictures? But it's not as easy as it sounds, because there's not a lot of great places to hang out and get pictures of airplanes. Now, there are places we can go that we could get pictures of airplanes briefly as they come in or depart. But there's not a good place like this. There's not an analogous position there on the east side to be able to see the aircraft as they land and take off with no obstructions. So did I even say where that plane is going? That's American Eagle Flight 3118, a CRJ 701 ER, which means extra regional. It's on its way to Colorado Springs. And that's CRJ 900. It's American Eagle Flight 5937 coming in from Madison, Wisconsin. If you haven't been with us before, we're at the north end of the west side of the airport. And we're right next to the UPS cargo facility, where you can see a proud 747 parked there, and along with a number of other planes, including an MD-11. Coming in from Los Angeles is American Flight 1413. And guess what we have coming in right behind that plane that just arrived from Los Angeles? We have a 737-800, American Flight 2811, which is also coming in from Los Angeles. So we're having an LAX party here. So now we've got the guy in the chair. We've got a couple of folks stretched out on a blanket there. I'm going to say it's a party. It's an official party. And you're part of it here on Runway DFW. Stretch out a blanket on your living room floor. Fix yourself a nice beverage. Pop us on the big screen. So we see primarily flights that come in from Western destinations here on the west side of the airport. And the ones from the east correspondingly go over to the east side. Right, little bird? He wants to see what time it is. It's 3:17 on Runway DFW. I went in a little too close. This flight from Denver, 2359, flight 2359. We have some other plane spotters over on this side, taking in all the action. Looks like they might have a snack with them. There's our famous clock. I'm sure it's becoming a meme all over the internet right now. Greetings to you, Brian Bruce from Detroit. Hope everybody's having a good day, and I hope you are too. I'm sure the weather is not quite as nice in Detroit today as it is here, although, speaking of the east side of the airport, I wonder if they're getting any flights in from the northeast today because of the tremendous storm that they're having right now. Coming in at this time from San Luis Potosí in Mexico, an Embraer 175 operated by American Eagle, flight 4167. And here it comes. That wind is making our long distance shots a little bit clearer, away some of that ground fuzz, and I think that's the technical term for it, ground fuzz. We've got an Alaska operated by SkyWest. Embraer 175 coming in from Portland, Oregon. Be appearing to the left of you there in just a second. And about 3 minutes away now, we've got another big American Airlines jet, a Dreamliner, which is winging its way from Seoul after traveling for now 11 hours and 41 minutes. It's flight 280. And it's 3:22 at Runway DFW. Innovating airport broadcasting for everyone at YouTube. Using the free binoculars. I haven't tested those binoculars in a while. Every time I've used public binoculars, it's always been a disappointment. The gentleman with the chair has given up, I guess, and he's leaving the premises there. That is not the flight from Seoul. Going by there, that's coming in from Fort Smith. That's American Eagle flight 5931. But we're just going to chill out for a little bit. Oh, you know what? we're not going to see the flight from Seoul unless we swing around this way, and I'm not sure if we're going to be able to see it. It's coming in on the diagonal runway to the west of us. And I've never tried to see a plane coming in over there, but now that I know it's coming in, it should be in the sky over there somewhere, if we can see it, if it's low enough for us. And we won't be able to see it landing, but we might be able to see it in the air. It generally comes in on this side, but perhaps because of the direction of the wind or other traffic, they've decided to bring it in over on that side. So let's see if we can see it. I don't know. It's approaching the runway, and I'm not seeing any sign of it, at least according to the radar. So it looks like we will not be bringing you any part of American Flight 280 landing from Seoul, unfortunately. We should be able to see it taxiing across the runway when it gets to the end of its journey, because it's got to come over a bridge and then go all the way across there to the international terminal. So I apologize for the buildup on that. I didn't know we weren't going to see it. Could we make it up to you with this flight from Stillwater, Oklahoma? This American Eagle flight, ERJ 145 LR, operated by Envoy Air, which made the long 40-minute trip from Stillwater. They must be ready to get off. That Seoul flight generally does land over, I mean, I've been here on a number of afternoons, and this is generally where it lands, but oh well. It's from Durango. It's an Embraer 175. It's American Eagle Flight 4318. It's landing at Runway DFW.
18 left, American 941.
Comes another ambulance going in the other direction. We have some takeoff action on the north end of the runway of runway 18 left. First in line will be American Flight 941, an A320 bound for Albuquerque, and right behind it will be Alaska Airlines Flight 725 to Seattle. Let's turn our attention to this 737-900 Alaska Airlines. There's the N number for you N number fans. N266 AK. And coming up right behind it will be a Dreamliner, no, I'm sorry, it'll be a 777 American Airlines headed for Heathrow. So we'll check that out. It should be coming into your field of view in 3, 2, 1. There it is. We've got a pretty sturdy tripod, but the wind is blowing it around a bit. That American Eagle flight coming in there is from Boise. Now I'm going to guess behind it there is that flight from Seoul that came in a little while ago. But here making the turn is Flight 20 to Heathrow. Someone was asking before about the color of American Airlines planes. You can see in the tail, it has some white in it to offset from the gray, the light gray or silver color that the plane is painted. Revving up for the big takeoff. And you saw in the picture there was a shadow of a plane, American plane, landing from Tucson. So it's really a party now. We've got kids and dogs and people hanging out. And we've got you with us right now on Runway DFW. Thanks for being with us. And we're having our own party here. An online, around the world, global soiree. Coming in from San Antonio. American Flight 2609. One of your A321s. Now we have a One World livery 777 American Airlines aircraft coming out of the hangar, headed over to the terminal area. So for you livery lovers, there's one we saw. Was that the same one we saw earlier? We saw a One World American livery earlier. I don't know how many of those they have. Now here's the one that you've probably been waiting for. It's American Eagle Flight 4206 coming in from Laredo, Texas at 3:34 on Runway DFW. What do you think about that? Would it be like to putter about in a vehicle on an airport, you know, along the runways?
Airport 69, 58 miles an hour, slow into the front.
That is Terminal D, that structure in the background there, the International Terminal, one of 5 terminals at the big airport here. Wendy says there's a Delta A321 coming in from Atlanta. Now, I'm going to say that we probably won't get to see much of it because it's coming in on the east side, but there it is. Thanks for the heads up, Wendy. That's about as much of it as we're going to see from our vantage point. There it goes. We might be able to see the tail poke out over here. No? I didn't see it. But yeah, as I've said before, we don't get... Oh, look at all those people. Now we got a dog. But we don't get a good look at the runways on the east side. We just get to see the planes coming and going. Somebody a child trying to use those binoculars. I, as I said before, I remember always being disappointed in looking at any kind of public binoculars. You know, the ones you would put a quarter in. They would always be a big disappointment. DFW Airport ambulance, or one of them, which looks like it's going back to its headquarters. We'd seen it going south this way. Now it's turning back. So it'll disappear behind a wall there, I think. It's coming towards us. So if you need any stock footage of ambulances coming toward you, got you covered here on Runway DFW. Pulling out in front of the, or in back of the Queen. Don't know what to tell you. Well, you never know what you're going to see at Runway DFW. Well, it's 3:39 and you know what time that is. You know what that means. It means we're about to be treated to American Airlines Flight 2198. Where is it coming from, you might ask? It's coming from Austin, the state capital of Texas. It's an A321. And we're going to bring it to you live here on Runway DFW just because we can. There it is. Going to pass in front of these adoring fans here at DFW Founders Plaza. And there you go. American Airlines Flight 2783 is next to take off from runway 18 left. This one is going to Seattle.
Left land point, American 2783.
And if you see another aircraft, if this one is taking off, you see one landing, that'll be American Flight 2673 from Palm Springs, another A321. So you're welcome. Twin A321 action from Runway DFW. And here comes the flight from Palm Springs, which will be on the same screen there as this one, just in a second. Here it comes. Double barrel A321 action. I was just off mic there for a second, chatting with somebody who'd been. In fact, we had them in our picture for a while. There was a man sitting with a young boy, and he apparently has a great interest in aircraft. Wants to be a pilot. Wanted to know what we were doing over here because it looks, I don't know, maybe it looks suspicious. So we told him about Runway DFW. He's gonna check it out on their phone. You never know where you're going to find your next viewer. Coming in from Aguas Calientes in Mexico, this an Embraer 175, American Eagle Flight 3691. Sometimes when I glance over to the flight radar screen, I get the numbers a little jumbled in my brain. It's 3:45, almost 3:46 at Runway DFW. And we're about to see American Eagle Flight 3906 coming in from Garden City. It sounds like a very magical place, Garden City. It'll be an Embraer 145. Not a big plane. We've seen bigger planes today, right? Here come our friends from Garden City on Runway DFW. Now entering our viewfinder. I don't know, it seemed like the pilot was thinking, should I land? Should I kind of hang out here? Should I go up again? I don't know, maybe wrong. It looked like they were kind of hesitating before touching down. Again, the winds are coming almost directly, it seems almost directly out of the west. But I ain't no meteorologist. I'm not a meteorologist, I'm not an airplane expert, I'm not a pilot, not any of those things, but I do like to watch airplanes come and go, and I do like to share my view of them with you here at Runway DFW. Michael Walker's signing off. Thank you for checking in with us, Michael. He says thanks for the great show, and cheerio to you all in the chat. Catch up with you next time. Wendy is saying we may be seeing a Cargo Lux Italia 747 scheduled to leave at 4:20 on Flight Radar 24. So that'd be cool. We haven't seen any 4-engined aircraft here today. So that would be very nice to see. We have an American Airlines A321, flight 846, taking off for Pittsburgh. I'm sorry, for Phoenix. What was I thinking? Wondering when those landing gear would get folded in. We have another takeoff coming up for you here. The little E-145, Embraer 145, taking off from Manhattan, Kansas. It's American Eagle flight 4164. Off to Kansas. American flight 1618 for Kansas City is where it's going. And that's making a turn. There it is. That's an A320. We'll be seeing it making its way into the skies shortly. When's the last time you were on an airplane? I bet a lot of people who are watching this, some of you probably travel all the time, and maybe some of you haven't been on a plane in a number of years. I haven't been on one since 2016, when I went to Seoul to visit my son, who was then in school and who's now working in Seoul. Okay, I'll give him a plug. He works for NK News. He's a journalist who works for a website that specializes in news about North Korea. So my son is always looking at satellite maps and trying to figure out what's going on inside North Korea without actually being there. Sounds like a fascinating job. And for some reason, this plane has just dropped off the radar. I thought I heard something on the ATC saying that they had to get something in order or something, or maybe the flight plan wasn't quite ready yet, or I don't see any activity on the runway itself. Of course, sometimes there's sometimes there are checks with the ground operations crew, and they drive their vehicles out on the runway to make sure that there's nothing amiss. Let me see if I can catch the tail end of that. Did you see that? I couldn't see it. It was a blue-tailed aircraft. Maybe we'll catch a bit of it there. No. Have to consult the oracle here to see what was going on there. And not seeing what that was. Oh, yeah, no wonder it was blue. It was a United Airlines flight, an A320 from Denver, flight 337. I saw it kind of out of the corner of my eye. So I thought I'd try to catch the tail end of that for you, but no such luck. Well, coming in now on runway 18 right, adjacent to where that plane is waiting to take off, is American Flight 1068, which is coming in from the tourist destination of Mexico. Back at the north end of the runway, sits this plane, which is not going anywhere, it looks like, at the moment. It is, as I said, not on the radar. I guess I've had that comment up for a while. Sorry about that. Wendy's saying an Air Canada with new livery is going to the far runway. That'll be on the other side of the airport. Fort Worth Bevo's been watching. The Fort Worth, Texas Bevo's been watching, saying he watched a plane taking off for Phoenix that went over his head. I'm paraphrasing now. That was American Flight 2354, an A321 coming in from Los Angeles. Like the third or fourth or fifth LA flight that we've seen this afternoon, and that's because LA is one of the top destinations from DFW. We're approaching now 4 o'clock. It's 3:58 Central Time. And we're going into our completed 3 hours of live broadcasting here for you, and we're going into number 4. Thanks to you for watching from wherever you may be around the world. Okay, I know that's boring. But it's our innovation for today. Who knows what we'll be coming up with next? Maybe we'll have like a chalkboard with the arrivals being chalked in. We've got an American Eagle flight bound for Brownsville, Texas, just to the right here. That's American Eagle flight 3074, CRJ 700 ER, which of course stands for extra regional. And I think it's going to... That plane at the top of the runway is just not going anywhere right now. Not, as I said, even on the radar.
Get somebody to come out and turn the air off. It is blazing hot here at Charlie 4.
Divert to Alaska Airlines here.
We're still sitting here at the end of the runway waiting on them to figure out the passenger information. Is there any input on that, whether it's taking so dang long?
It's coming in from Los Angeles. Flight 321. I'm sorry, it's an A321 flight 2354. And I just heard over the radio that this plane that is kind of hanging out at the end of the runway, there's apparently some discrepancy in the passenger information on that plane, if the radio is to be believed. So what does that mean? Does it mean it's got to go back to the terminal? Does it mean they've got to dot some I's and cross some T's before they can depart? We do not know. Didn't mean to abandon you there, but looks like this flight has gotten its clearance to depart after resolving whatever issue might have kept it from taking off. As we see a Sky West jet coming in. So the flight to Kansas City is on. It's flight 1618. And it's getting ready to take off. And it'll be taking off as an A319 coming in from Seoul. American flight 2726 will be landing. So we may get a look at both of those aircraft as they do their thing. And here comes the A319. You'll see it to the left of the screen there. That one takes off and this one lands. And as we see Dreamliner eclipse that plane, it's coming out of the American hangar area on its way to the terminals. Here goes a United Airlines flight with the old livery that took off from the east side, and it's on its way to Houston. Kind of a long distance view of that. Again, we don't see the east side runways from here. We just can see planes approaching and after they've taken off. So there you go with that. .406 on Runway DFW, coming up on the big hour of 4:07. That's today's gimmick on Runway DFW. Brad Ward, who is of course, the esteemed executive producer of Airline Videos Live, was talking about what we were seeing earlier with he's calling it a passenger discrepancy, with that aircraft that was parked at the north end of runway 18 left. That's a nice view of the Spirit Air. We don't usually get that clear of a view over that far. That Spirit plane was coming in from O'Hare, flight 1858, where it's, I'm guessing, a lot colder. Here comes a United plane, United Express, from San Francisco, on our side of the airport.
American 26, 2325 with you on the visual approach, runway 177.
That's flight 5483 from San Francisco, American, or United Express. I'm so used to saying American. Now here's something you just can't, you know, I'm not an air traffic controller. I can't figure out how they determine these things, but Miami's to the east of us, and you would expect flight 2808, American Airlines, coming in on the east side of the airport, but no, it's coming in on this side from Miami, which we will see. It's just about to cross Highway 121. comes down. Coming in from Miami. We'll shift our focus back to the north, where we're going to be seeing a flight from Mazatlan, American Flight 1559 and A319. Let's look at the flags and the wind. Yeah, there's a Tesla parked there right next to some other electric car from another manufacturer. I think it's a Chevy Bolt, I want to say. So we're electrified here at Runway DFW. We're still waiting for the Mazatlan flight to come in. I kind of see it there through the trees. There it is. Very patriotic. On the other side of the airport, we have another flight from Miami, another American Airlines flight from Miami. This one will be a 777. Maybe we'll watch that come on down. Since it's so clear, I see it now. It's going to hide behind that awning there for a bit, and we'll get a better look at it. It's flight 2821. People, radar, we're about to lose it, and there it goes. 777's pretty big. We may be able to follow its tail as it scoots across the runway there. There's the Viva Aerobus about to go. We'll take a look at that in a second. Oh, look, we can almost see the whole plane there. And now it's going to go behind Terminal A. So Viva Aerobus coming up next. Headed, that's not what I was looking for. That's it. Headed back to Monterey. Flight 685 and A320. The colorful look of Viva Aerobus. If you remember, what was it, an hour or two ago, we saw an American Airlines flight from Monterey land, and then this one came in right after it. So those red engines I like that color. Colors of Mexico. XAVIN. There's an American Eagle landing in front of it. We have a Dreamliner coming in from Madrid. It's American Airlines flight 37. And again, it's going to be landing on the east side of the airport. So let's see if we can find that in the sky at 4:16 on runway DFW. Yes, that's our clock. We haven't branded it yet. Clock technology. Hello everyone from around the world, this is Walt. I'm your host on Runway DFW. Here's the American Airlines Flight 37 coming in from Madrid. As you can see, there's quite a crowd of people here on this very pleasant late January day. Photobomb. Can't tell, is that tail as tall as the 777? Yeah, probably. And there it goes, out of our view. Coming in now from Guadalajara. It's going to be Volaris. We haven't seen a Volaris flight come in today. There'll be an Airbus A320 flight 4892. Coming in very shortly here on Runway DFW. M. Billy wants to know if we have a question or if we can get American Airlines flight from Santa Barbara. Well, if we see it, it should be coming in on this side. We'll keep an eye out for it. We certainly will. This would be Alaska Airlines flight 3303 going to, well, it's Alaska by SkyWest, I think is what it's called. That's going to Phoenix. I may miss that American flight from Guadalajara coming in because we like to give some love to these other airlines that fly in and out of DFW. And there, framed by the skyline of Dallas, it's on its way. And the flight from Guadalajara is coming in, and it will... Oh, that's what we want to see. We want to see the Liveries flight. I forgot about that. Thank goodness. I kept thinking that was an American flight. So there you have Liveries with its indecipherable tail art. Which always looks to me like somebody's trying to pixelate out what it was really intended to be. There goes the Alaska plane by SkyWest. As the afternoon has proceeded, we've gotten an increasingly clear view at our maximum zoom down to the other end of the runway. And when we do zoom out, you can see how far away that is. That plane is about 2 miles from where we are. It's 4:22 on runway, runway DFW. Need to balance this tripod a little more, I guess. You should be able to aim the camera wherever you want and then let go, and it'll just stay right there. But when I do that, that's what happens. So we'll make some adjustments. American Eagle Flight 4102 from Grand Island. As another 321 kind of passes in front of us, headed to the... Well, it's either headed to the terminal area, I'm sorry, to the hangar, or it's headed down to the alternate runway to the west of us.
438 clear for takeoff, 179, correct.
It has a destination of Tulsa. And well, it's turning now. Don't know what to tell you. Maybe it's not going to Tulsa. Or maybe Tulsa has changed its address to Grapevine, Texas. I want to say I hear a motorcycle. Do you hear that? Something's puttering behind me. like there's not a lot happening not right at this moment. We've got more kids and parents parked here on the hill overlooking the runway. Don't know where that's going. It took off from the east side of the runway, of the airport, I should say. That is an A321, American Flight 2438, winging its way to Houston Intercontinental Airport. You know, we pull out, you can see, oh, we've lost it now. That's because everything's a blur. But it's pretty far away. Westbrook said that sounded like a DC-3 going by. Yeah. I think we've had a comment on our clock. Maria's saying, I thought that was put up by the airport itself. It's nice to know what time it is. See? A pat on the back for the folks at Runway DFW Laboratories who came up with this on very short notice. We have, for your aviation enjoyment, American Eagle Flight 9978 and Embraer 145. And you'll never guess where this is going. It's going to Oklahoma City. In the late afternoon sun. It's 4:27. We've only got about an hour left of before the sun goes down. How is that possible? Well, I'm having fun. I hope you're having fun. That flight's coming in from Fort Smith, I think. American Eagle Flight 5794. Had someone come over to me earlier and was asking, oh, how are you monetizing this? I had to tell them, it's just a hobby right now. Just a hobby which has no income whatsoever. But it's fun. Marie said she liked the clock because it's she's on the other side of the world. And Gerard is explaining, I have a clock, physical clock, because I can't put one on the screen right now, not with the software that I'm using. It is possible to do that, but because of the way I've got everything hooked up, I don't have the ability to put a clock on the screen. So, you know, that will come with time. I know you can watch other airport channels that do have that technology. In fact, when I did my first test broadcasts, directly to YouTube without using an intermediary, I was able to put a clock on the screen. And I still could, and I'd still like to, and so I hope to be able to do that soon.
And is that Blue says 231 Echo?
Oh, and there's
231 Echo.
Worldwide Pilot checks in to say he was here and saw me earlier, and I'm sorry, Worldwide Pilot 101, if I didn't see you, or if I didn't take note of you, because I'm kind of looking at other stuff, but I'm glad you saw us, and I'm glad you're checking us out. Thank you. And Wes Westbrook has a comment about having a nice hobby, and he's thanking us for doing a great job. Thank you. And Kevin J has another blush-worthy comment. Doing a great job with the stream, and we thank you very much, Kevin, for watching Runway DFW. We've got 142 folks checking us out. If you haven't yet done your civic duty and subscribed to Runway DFW, we hope you will do that, because the more subscriptions we have, the more, it's kind of complicated, but YouTube looks at all this stuff coming in, all these people doing streams and whatnot, and if you are having a lot of people do what or visit your site and like what you see, then they'll say, we ought to show this to other people too, and so it'll show up on their screens as a suggestion, and that's kind of what makes things go. So we hope you will like this broadcast and subscribe to it. If you do like it, I'm not asking you to do it if you don't. I mean, that wouldn't be ethical, right? No. We're nothing if not ethical here at Runway DFW. We're, in case you were asking, it's 4:32 Central Time in the USA. Now we have finally some airplanes to talk about. We have American Flight 646. We can talk about it in terms of being Flight 646. We can talk about it in terms of it being an A321. We can't talk about it in terms of where it's going, because Flight Radar 24 isn't telling us where it's going. It doesn't have the destination. Now, if it was the old days and I had my pocket timetable, which had all the flights of American Airlines, I could just go to the back, look up in the index, see what flight number it was, and it would tell me where it was going. But we don't have that technology anymore. And if I had some hands-free, there's some cars going there in the background. If I had my hands free, I could type it in to a keyboard and it would spit out where it's going. But I cannot tell you. I can tell you it is N number N183. I lost it in the 1830W. Is that what it was? Kind of got glare there. So anyway, enjoy the run. Enjoy the takeoff. We're going to be checking out a Delta flight next. It's Delta Flight 2205, headed back to Minneapolis, St. Paul. It's an Airbus A220. And it's going to be taking off very shortly on runway DFW. Well, technically it'll be on runway 18 left. And you know, we did this last week. I'm going to show you something in a second. Kind of want to see this take off, but there was something we saw last week. I'm just going to go to it. This, way up there, if you can find it, that's an ANA, All Nippon Airways flight. Oh, we see it very clearly today. From Houston, going to Japan. And its route takes us over, its route takes it over DFW Airport. We saw it last week. It wasn't quite this clear. I don't think we could see the actual aircraft. I don't know if my tripod can tilt up any further. But we don't get ANA service to DFW currently, so that's as close as we get to bringing you an ANA aircraft. So there you go. Oh look, the Delta plane waited for us. So nice of it. Delta is ready when I am. It's turned into a blur. Oh, motorcycle action again. American Eagle flight to Harlingen, flight 3254. Harlingen is in South Texas. Far South Texas. Go back down to the ground. This is the clearest I've ever seen that flag over there and this radar installation. Let me just lock in on that for a second, because I might need that picture sometime. All right, here comes American flight from Mexico City. Extreme close-up. Flight 394. 737-800. And as we've discussed on other times, those big towers there in the background, that's Cedar Hill, Texas, about, I'm going to say, 15 miles to the southwest of us, where all the leading broadcasters of the area transmit their TV and FM signals. When we're here in the morning, they make just an eerie glow, because of course they're all lit up. They're not as close as they look, though. Although one time back in the, I'm going to say the 90s, I think it was a Navy trainer jet crashed into one of the towers there for the TV station that I worked at the time, WFAA, and send our signal out via some other tower for a while until they could make repairs. I don't think anybody was hurt. I think it was just the tower that was damaged. And of course the aircraft was damaged, but I think the pilot landed safely, which is good. British Airways on final, says Kevin J. And so we're going to check that out. I think it looks like it's coming in on the other side of the airport here, and it is. So it's coming in on the east side. So we'll get a far away view of it. Of course, once it lands, it's going to have to come over to this side on a bridge because that's where the international terminal is. And as we discuss quite often here on Runway DFW, British Airways is switching out this aircraft for the A380, and that will be happening in March. So we certainly look forward to seeing the Speedbird, the gigantic Speedbird, landing here at DFW in March. And let me tell you, if I have to take the day off from work, I'm going to be there for it. Marie's checking in saying, every time I see a plane take off or land, I'm impressed. Even though I see it hundreds of times, to me, it's still amazing that we can fly. You know, I think the same thing. I think that's part of the attraction of watching planes take off and land. You just sit there in amazement at these gigantic aircraft. You know, not all of them are as big as a Dreamliner or a A380 or a 747, but you know, just the fact that they take off and land so gracefully. This is American Flight 2385 from El Paso coming in. And we have some aircraft lining up to take off here at Runway DFW. Runway DFW chime time is 4:43. I should have a little chime sound effect for that. Note to self, put it on my checklist. Well, we've got some taking off action coming in or going out. Some regional jets, and then an American flight to Denver. Not even on the first one there. Here we go. So as this plane is taking off, we've got a landing of an A321 coming in from Los Cabos, Mexico. Last time I checked, it was a top 5 international destination from DFW. Of course, a very nice vacation spot. We have a One World livery. We saw this earlier. But I think that may be turning over. Yeah, that's going to Chicago. And it's going to go over to the east side of the airport, so we won't get to see it actually lift off. That's flight 9816 to Chicago. So have a good flight. Now you know we've got flight 1322 going to Denver. rolling. There's the Dreamliner in the background going over the bridge to the east side of the airport. .446 at the big airport.
Hey, it's good to see you all. How you doing? Good. I'm Mike Washka. You've corresponded with me a couple times. I was out here with my son when we saw the Cathay 747 cargo line, and I do want to get a screenshot from you if you can take a better frame shot than I can. I would love to have one of him and me, but and I had also asked you the reverse ops question, and I made the comment, you know, just I know we don't have reverse ops like LA, but
Takeoff on your left, Cabos 3065.
right. Well, you know, this time of year it's not as hot as it would be. Right. In the summer, almost unheard of. But I every time you come on, I give you.
I went to the right way for takeoff, American
If you
869.
want any help, or you know, so like Rudy, I'm a member, and I'm trying to sharpen my aviation photography, but I want to try. I'm gonna.
Apologize for that interruption. Somebody came over and was talking to me. We had conversed before. I had actually taken a picture of him and his son as a big cargo 747 came in. Actually, they were on the screen, and so I asked him if he'd like to have
Takeoff 18 left, RNAV to B park.
an image of that, and so he just checked in. We were talking about stuff. So that's what happens when you're
RNAV to Sparrow, we're clear for takeoff 17 right, American 98, 16
when you've got people who are interested in what you're doing, and I like to always acknowledge that, so I hope you don't mind if we had a little pause. This is American Flight 380 headed to Albuquerque.
American 314 Romeo G. Bush, the visual 17 left.
Oh, and there's the British Airways plane. It took them that long to get over here to the international terminal. You remember a few minutes ago they landed over on the east side and we saw them coming in. But now they got to drive that big plane over here. And so that's what happens.
Great, good day.
Now we've got American Airlines Flight 48, which is showing up on the radar as pushing back for a flight to Paris. This flight's coming in from Las Vegas. And speaking of European flights, we have American Flight 50.
American
777. It's going back across the pond to Heathrow in London. If you were standing behind there, you'd feel a little disturbance in the force. And as this gets ready to take off on 18 left, coming in on 18 right will be American Flight 2468. Who do we appreciate from Oaxaca, Mexico? Zoom out so you can see that coming in. That was the Oaxaca flight. Here is the London flight on runway DFW. It's 4:54 Central Time. On its way to the UK. Now taking a look from the north, it's going to be American Flight 1215 arriving from Puerto Vallarta in Mexico. As we take a look at the DFW Founders Plaza. Founders Plaza, the nice observation area. Somebody either putting up or taking down some chairs there in the foreground. Here comes the flight from PV. .457 on runway DFW. Got an American Eagle jet taking off for Killeen, which is in Texas. As we've got another American Airlines jet coming in from, or American Eagle jet coming in from Manzanillo in Mexico. I have to say, as the sun is starting to go down, it's starting to get just a little bit chilly here in the wind. There's a ghost plane coming in from Manzanillo, not painted. I think we have that in our open, or at least a plane that's like that, that's unpainted. The Dreamliner coming in from Philadelphia, which I suspect it's an American Flight 1814. Looks like it'll be coming in on the other side of the airport. Shortly. Meanwhile, we've got a American Airlines Flight 417 from Phoenix. It's going to be an A321, and it's going to be coming in on runway 18 right. I agree, Marie. That plane with no livery is spooky. Joe wants to know if we've ever done or thought of doing a tribute at the wind shear site, and what he's talking about is what we know here in Dallas-Fort Worth as Flight 191. It was a Delta flight, which talk about that as this lands.
Runway 3651.
And it's just after 5 o'clock here on runway DFW. Your home for live DFW airport action. Now, we were talking about Flight 191. That was a Delta flight. It was an L1011. which came in way over on that side of the airport, on the east side. And I can't remember what year it was. Either late 80s or early 90s. I think it was late 80s. And it crashed, and there were a number of survivors, but not everybody did. Here comes that Philadelphia flight, the American Airlines one. From the city of brotherly love.
American 2671, p.m.
And here comes American Flight 2798 from San Francisco. So anyway, when Flight 191 crashed at DFW Airport, whatever year that was, I was producing a newscast. I was working to produce a 10 o'clock newscast for WFAA, one of the TV stations here in Dallas-Fort Worth. And I was sitting at my desk, and I'll never forget hearing this. These words, this phrase coming over the scanners. The scanners were about probably 20 feet away from my desk. And I heard this phrase that I'd never heard before in a tone of voice from the dispatcher on the scanner, which sounded very ominous. And the words were, "Heavy jet down." And I heard that so distinctly over the din of all these other scanners going in the newsroom, and all these other people going about their business. And I'll never forget that. And I went over to the assignment desk manager who hadn't heard it, and it became clear very quickly what was happening. It was a terrible day here at DFW. We're about to have a parade of aircraft leaving DFW here on runway 18 left, along with planes coming in. And so I may not have a lot to say as all this happens, because I'll be busy bringing you the imagery . So what we got here? We've got, this looks like another plane going to Los Angeles, flight 2437. Coming in is an A319 from San Jose. Here is the LA bound flight. N195, is that UW? Can't tell, glare. That's a 13-year-old Airbus. And while it's waiting, we're about to see a American Flight 1146, an A321 coming in from Oklahoma City. So we've got see it coming. There it is. Maybe we'll catch this landing and we'll catch the other one taking off. I've only got one camera, folks. Okay, there's that one safely down. Here's the LAX bound plane. Off it goes. Next on our flight manifest is American Eagle Flight 3771 in Embraer 175 off to Oklahoma City. Here's the time. So we've got a parade of aircraft about to take off. This one, I believe, is Flight 1996 to Las Vegas.
Zulu, cross right, Charlie 5, local 809.
It's waiting for some planes to cross over the runway. Mac Cat Lady with some nice wishes for us to reach 2,000, and she means 2,000 subscribers. I haven't looked, I don't know what it is right now, but I know we're doing quite well after our last couple of broadcasts. Thanks to all of you. Thank you so much. As this plane is taking off, here's a flight from Ontario, California, which is landing. Flight, I can't look at it right now. Flight 1821 from Ontario. Here's Flight 1996 to Sin City. I bet the Las Vegas Chamber of Commerce hates when people say that. We've got United headed to Denver, Flight 2600.
Clear for takeoff, 18 left, envoy 3720. 18 left, envoy 3620.
Next up is American Eagle Flight 3720 to El Paso, an Embraer 175 aircraft. We're about to see a Sky West aircraft from Idaho Falls enter your field of view. There it is. Let us now return to the thrilling days of yesteryear. I don't know why that came into my brain. 513 on Runway DFW. Lined up now is American Eagle flight number 3628 to Lawton, Oklahoma. And that flight's from Bozeman, Montana. Flight 817. Bozeman, Lawton, we've got it all. An A319 is lined up now for takeoff, American Flight 2233. But I'm at a loss as to tell you where it's going.
4103, visual center.
That's the DFW East Tower in the background, along with the skyline of Dallas even further back from that. An Alaska Airlines jet coming over the bridge. Looks like that'll be off to Seattle in a few minutes. So we'll take a look at that when it gets here.
Air Shuttle 5741 on Coast 0, Monterey ground 26
Having a little pause in the action. Okay, here we go. Coming into the field of view is an American Eagle flight from Aspen, Colorado. I think. Oh, they did already land? Or am I looking at the wrong plane? That's the one that's taking off to somewhere I don't know. And then we had a flight land from Aspen. Oh, it's way down there, I guess. We have an Avianca plane coming out. It's one I picked up on last week. I hadn't seen that. I know they fly here. I hadn't seen it before, and for some reason I like that livery. Kind of simple, but I like the red color. You don't see too many red color liveries in the palette of airlines these days. That flight's coming in from Denver. Flight 1321. And we have touchdown. And I will swing over to the Alaska Airlines. That's Embraer 175. Alaska, what's it called? SkyWest? Is that how they frame that?
Tipping Park. Clear for takeoff, runway 18 left, crest 24, 35.
Well, it's cleared for takeoff. We'll see it when it turns into the sun. We'll be able to see the logo a little better. Alaska Horizon, sorry. Got that wrong. Coming in from Austin, that was a American Flight 146, or American Eagle Flight 146. I lost it entirely, didn't I? Sorry, folks. Well, it's landed. Here's the Alaska Airlines flight again. This is. See, I'm not used to these long. I started out. I've only been doing this for about 3 months, and I started out doing shows, live presentations that were only about 2 hours. Partly because I didn't have enough battery power. Now I have enough battery power and some free time on the weekend, and but you know, normal people, I consider myself to be kind of a normal person. Normal people don't talk this much. It's 5:20 on Runway DFW, Central Time in the USA. Thank you for watching. Yehuda Trapunski giving this channel a 10 of 10. There's no room for improvement then.
American 20.
And Marie agrees that she likes the red liveries. I'm not really a red person, but I really like that as a livery color. I mean, maybe it's just because there aren't that many that do that. That was American Flight 2767 coming in from Coffeetown, Seattle. I just gave it that nickname, Coffeetown. Pretty good one, right? Yes, as I was saying, this is about the time when I start to get loopy because I haven't done these long streams that long. We've been on for about 4.5 hours now. Of course, I'm not talking the whole time, but it's American Eagle Flight 4072 to Wichita Falls, which you could almost throw a stone and reach from here. Not a very far way to go. We have another American Eagle flight to present to you now. It's flight 4013, an Embraer 175 on its way to Omaha. As you can see, a plane landing over on the east side. As this one gets ready to lift off for Omaha, we've got a Delta flight coming in from Salt. That's flight 1666, an A319. Here goes the flight to Omaha. I saw another Delta Airlines aircraft peeking behind this one. And we are getting towards sunset now. As you can see, the colors are kind of changing. This Delta aircraft is going to Salt Lake City. Did we just have a plane going to Salt Lake City? I think we did. Well, we've got another Delta Flight 2474, an A320. As it heads to the north side of one yeah, see, my mouth has stopped working. Runway 18 left. Yeah, just like it says on that sign. See if we see the cockpit crew in there. Hello to you guys. Salt Lake, a beautiful city surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and a crazy lake with salt water in it. I mean, what's up with that? Oh my goodness, this is crazy. This is American flight 2845 from Salt Lake City. What? So this one's, let me see if I get this straight. This one's coming from Salt Lake City, just landing at DFW Airport from Salt Lake City, right here. Yeah, you see that, right? And then this plane is taking off for Salt Lake City, an entirely different airline, going to the same place that other plane came from.
180 left.
That would be like going to a bus station in Dallas and having a bus coming in from Waco and another leaving for Waco at the same time. It's uncanny.
Hey, American 2203.
Okay, it's got its landing gear all tucked away. Another American Eagle flight. This one's going to McAllen in Texas. Flight 5879, a CRJ 900. ER, which, as I always say, stands for extra regional. As we got another American Airlines or American Eagle flight coming in from Tucson. So double barrel action on the runways 18 left and 18 right. You're watching live coverage of from DFW Airport here on runway DFW, where it's Saturday, July 29th, 2022. And while we have that on the screen, we should then swing over to our exclusive analog time technology, or ATT as we call it, where it is now coming up on 5:30 in the PM. There was an aircraft landing as we were doing that. And my tripod locked down and it didn't want to go up for me. Didn't want to tilt up. You ever had that problem? That was American Flight 4077 from Wichita, American Eagle flight from Wichita, I must say. Nothing lined up to take off right now. Shall we go back and look at these nice, well, first of all, let's look at the sun, because the sun is getting ready to land. There it is over there in the western sky. So we're getting close to sundown. we just might take a late afternoon peek at our nice big old 747 from UPS. It's kind of hanging out with us this afternoon. Not going anywhere right now, unfortunately, but always fun to see. And while we look at that, I'm going to go put on a windbreaker because it's getting a little cold, so hang in there. I'll be right back. Yeah, I timed that out just right. Okay. Let's see what's coming and going here at Runway DFW. We have an American Airlines flight 1208 coming in from Burbank. It's going to be a 737-800. And here it comes. As you can see, our shadow in the foreground. Kids playing here today. It's 5:34 runway DFW time. And I'll say I don't see anything getting ready to take off. We do have dog walking cam here. And in a moment, what's bound to be the highlight of the day? Well, let's take a look at this. This is American Flight 1399 from Tampa. It's coming in on the east side, so we'll just get to see it gliding in past hotels and such. And that's about all we can see. But we have a treat for you now. It's American Eagle. Flight 5943. Coming in after a grueling journey from Corpus Christi, Texas, about 1 hour away. And we're proud to bring it to you on Runway DFW. You have to wait for it. See, it's not here yet. It's just coming into view now. Just a little dot on your screen, but soon it will fill my viewfinder. It's golden hour here at Runway DFW. Cargo. Always make sure that that traffic stops at that stop sign there. That, if you can hear me over the motorcycle, was American Eagle Flight 5949 from Long Beach. Long Beach, I say. We've got a flight coming in, American Flight 1225, coming in from Los Cabos, Mexico. As we have said, a very popular tourist destination. More plane spotting activity here. I'm going to say you got a pretty good close-up with that there lens. There's the flight from Los Cabos. In the late afternoon sun. And we'll shortly be showing you another American Airlines plane, this one from San Diego, California, flight 1955, an A321. The sun is casting a very nice light on our official, exclusive, analog Runway DFW clock, where it's 5:40 in the afternoon. Central Time. That's my shadow there as I'm waving my arms. Here now is the flight from San Diego. I think we have some distress in the background. American Eagle Flight 3920 from El Paso. Coming in now from Tucson, American Flight 2926. We have some gymnastics going on here. They're pretty good. All right, here comes the Tucson flight.
Yes, no. Sorry.
That's okay.
No.
An early time teller. I was surprised. I've been on the air for like almost 5 hours now. I'm surprised nobody has done that yet. Hey, what's this? What's this crazy clock doing here? But yeah, kids are fascinated with airplanes, or at least some of them are. We're gonna need those kids to pilot these planes in the future, or whatever we have to fly around in. And that, my friends, was American Flight 1324 also from Los Cabos. I guess so, yeah. Lots of folks coming back from Los Cabos at this hour. It's 5:46 local time. See? I'm not kidding. It is 5:46. And next up for you, we've got a flight coming in from San Antonio. It'll be American Flight 1961. A 737-800 arriving on runway 18 right. But you just gotta be patient. You know, they're not coming in every second here. Adam's checking in from Australia, where it's summertime, middle of the summer down there. And he says, thank you for this broadcast today. Glad to be able to watch live from Australia. Looks like you have nice mild weather as the sun sets. Yeah, it gets a little chilly as the sun sets, but I'm not complaining compared to the weather that some other people in this country are having right now. Very nice for a late January day. We have an American Eagle flight coming in from Acapulco, Mexico. It's a Embraer 175, flight 3665. As we've noted before, Acapulco used to be a much bigger tourist destination from Dallas. But it's kind of not as popular as it once was. Been kind of supplanted by Cancun and Los Cabos and places like that.
You see there, the fence goes on and it just kind of blocks.
You're right.
Let's do a sundown check now on Runway DFW. We'll move over to the western sky, and you can see it there. And it's not going to be long now before it's under the horizon. They say don't stare into the sun, but well, we'll get some airport action before that happens. We've got another flight to Wichita. This is American flight 1497. Let's go to Wichita. Got an American Eagle flight coming in from Springfield, flight 4430, an Embraer 175, which I'm thinking we'll see those kind of converge as this one takes off, perhaps. And you heard the authorization for takeoff. As the flight from Springfield passes overhead.
Is this a hobby?
Okay.
Ops American 1497, now off.
There's the time. It's 5:52. Hearing fire trucks or police cars or something. Is that stuttering on your screen or on mine? I can't tell. As I panned, it looked like it was stuttering a bit. I don't know if we're having problems with our signal or not. It's gotten quiet all of a sudden, but we do have some takeoff action going on over here. That's going to be American Flight 2009 and A321 bound for Seattle. And yeah, I'm definitely seeing some stuttering. I may have to plug in a different encoder here. That's just not looking good on my screen. And if it looks bad on my screen, it probably looks bad on your screen too. Got a check-in from Los Angeles. Thank you for joining us on this Saturday afternoon in Texas. Did I tell you where this one is going? I would, but I don't know where it's going. Going to Seattle, that's right. How quickly they forget. I think my encoder is really going south here. So I'm going to try to get this Frontier flight. This is, what do we got here? A Woodpecker. Weston, the Woodpecker. Going to Phoenix. Flight 2703. Yeah, everything is looking like it's going about 15 frames a second on my screen here. Okay, tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to swap out the encoder, which will take a second or two. So we're going to lose your picture, and I'm going to put on some music, and we'll see what happens. Hang on. Well, I don't know what just happened, but we're back on the air somehow. And I unplugged a few things and plugged in a few other things, and looks like we're back. So thanks for sticking with us. Don't know how much longer we'll be here because it's starting to get dark, and our equipment doesn't, our camera is not really equipped to do night photography, unfortunately. I know there's some other channels who do that. I salute them for that, but we don't yet have that capability here at Runway DFW. So bear with us. This is American Airlines flight 2586 to San Diego. NA321. With some sun being reflected off a building behind it. We don't see the sun here anymore, but apparently it's high enough, or that building's tall enough to catch some of the last rays. And coming up next, we'll have a bright yellow Spirit Airlines jet to light up our screen. Plane does not want to take off. There it goes. We just had a car going in front of our camera. It's 6:01, coming up on 6:02 here on Runway DFW, in our 6th hour of live broadcasting. And we have Spirit Airlines. We were telling you about that just a moment ago, and it is getting ready to go. So bright and so yellow. So budgety. But I kid Spirit Airlines. I've never been on Spirit Airlines. I can't speak anything about its service. I just know they have low fares. I think it says they're right on the engine, doesn't it? Home of the Bear Fare. You get on board, and then if you want a seat, you pay extra. If you you want a bag, you pay extra. But hey, it works for some people. This one's going to Las Vegas. It's flight 360 if we didn't mention it earlier. So off it goes. I am not seeing anything that's in line to take off. Look through the skies here. Don't really see anything of note that's coming into land, so I think that's going to do it for this little broadcast here. Our second Saturday mini marathon broadcast, which was kind of abbreviated by my miscalculation in having my computer with me. So anyway, we are going to sign off. I know that music makes it sound a little more action-packed than it is right now. But that's it for this edition of Runway DFW. We're so glad that you could watch today. We hope you'll come back for our next broadcast, and we hope you'll like and subscribe to Runway DFW, because that's how we grow and that's how we get more eyeballs here. So thanks so much for watching Runway DFW. As I always say, happy contrails to you until we meet again. Thanks everybody. See you again soon. Sorry about that. You know, if you're still with us, you know, good things happen to those who wait. And I am seeing now on our screen a Cargolux cargo plane 747 coming in from Anchorage. They'll be here in just a couple minutes. And you know what? I was unplugging things and starting to do that, and I thought, you know what? We ought to wait for this, right? So if you know somebody who tuned out, have them tune back in, because we'll have a nice twilight Cargolux 747 coming in. And I'm just glad I didn't turn off the stream yet. You with us? You still there? I hope you are. Cargolux. It's here. It was our only super jumbo of the day here at Runway DFW. Except for the static one that's next door to us here. Comes an American Dreamliner in for maintenance as the Cargolux flight from Anchorage turns. Get a nice look at it. So last week I think we got a look at the Not Without My Mask livery, which you can find on one of our streams earlier. But yeah, it always makes me happy to have a nice super jumbo Graysar stream. Thank you, Cargolux. Okay, so that's going to do it, right? There can't possibly be anything else that we would want to see today. Okay, so thank you again for watching Runway DFW and for hanging out with us with our crazy clock, where it's now 6:12 p.m. Central Standard Time. And we'll see you again next time on Runway DFW. Thanks.